What's up, Notjust developers? Welcome back to a new live stream. And today we are at the week 2 of the Notjust Startup Challenge. Before we get into what we're gonna do today in this live stream, let me quickly remind you about the challenge that we are doing. So, the Notjust Startup Challenge is a 7-week challenge that started on 27th of June. Now it's the second week and we are ending it on 14th of August. During this challenge, I invite all our community to start building their startups. And at the end, we're gonna have a demo day and you're gonna be able to showcase and pitch your idea, the startup that you're building, and potentially win some prizes. So for the first place, we have $1,000, and the second place and third place also will get some prizes. Yes, the only thing that you have to do right now is to actually start working on the startup. You don't have to sign up anywhere. And in the next weeks, I'm going to provide you more details about how you can apply to pitch your idea during the demo day at the end and in order to compete with everyone. So if you haven't already started, you still have plenty of time to get started. There are no hard requirements about what the startup will be. It can be a mobile application, it can be a web application, and also it doesn't require to be something new. It can be something that you are working for a couple of weeks already and now present at the demo day like the starting point, your goal that you have set, and what you have managed to build during these 7 weeks. All right, so during this challenge, I will also work on a startup and I will share everything with you here on YouTube. So we have weekly coding live streams where I do the technical side of a project. And today is one of those days. I'm gonna talk more about what we're gonna build today in a moment. And also we publish weekly video updates on Thursday, which cover more the marketing and business side of starting a startup. Also, you can follow me on Twitter, where I post daily updates. And yeah, make sure to subscribe to the channel not to miss any future videos that we are posting. So if you're new, okay, I think I forgot to share the PowerPoint. Yes. So if you're new here, welcome. My name is Vadim and I'm a full stack mobile developer. I have founded multiple startups in the past and now I'm sharing all of my knowledge and all of my experience with you here on YouTube. So if you're interested in that, make sure to subscribe to the channel and yeah, we can get started. Let's roll the intro and after that we're gonna talk about what we're gonna build today. All right, so the game plan for today. First of all, a bit of context. I decided to build a mobile application and also I wanted to build something for developers because we have a quite big community of developers here on YouTube. And as well, I wanted to align with everything else that we are doing with Notjust development, which is in the direction of education. So with this free in mind, I started looking for problems, and for me it was easier because I could talk with people from our community. I already see a lot of comments of the problems that people have, and I found out about some common problems that people encounter. This can be like getting lost in the learning journey and not knowing what to study next, or not having a clear vision and jumping from one stack to another, or also another problem can be like outdated resources. So the solution that I thought about is an interactive learning plan, or let's say a roadmap of some kind that will help you direct on your learning journey. Will show you the path where you should, what should you learn next. This roadmap will be based on different kind of resources. It will be based on exercises and projects, quizzes, and so on. I also want the learning path to be non-linear, meaning that it's your decision in what direction you want to evolve into. And yeah, I have a lot of ideas for these applications, but as I talked in the video that we have published yesterday on the channel regarding the MVPs, yes, we have a very big vision for our application, but before we jump into implementing it and spending a lot of time implementing it, it's better to start by defining an MVP, implementing the MVP, and then testing your MVP with real users in order to validate if the idea that you're trying to do is actually needed on market. So for that, like for this application, for the MVP to test the idea, I'm gonna focus on only one module. And that module will be Intro to JavaScript. I will also focus when it comes to the content. I will try to curate as much content as possible instead of creating, because creating content takes a lot of time. Yeah, that's the plan. In the previous week, we have previous week was the first week and we just started the project. So in the first live stream that you can see on the channel, we have implemented the home screen, which displays all the topics in a tree-like structure related to one module. So the module here is JavaScript 101, because that's what we are starting with. And here we see different topics and the way you should learn them one after another, from top to bottom. When you press on one of these topics, you'll be redirected to the topic screen. Here you'll first see some information about that topic. After that, you'll see a list of resources that I will gather, and I will provide you the resources that I think that will be useful for you to learn this specific topic. I will provide some context here. Below, I will provide some practice exercises. And yeah, this is regarding the topic screen at this moment. All of this is marked down content, and it's going to be very easy for us to edit them remotely. So yeah, that's the fun part about it. So what we are going to build today? Today we're going to build the quiz. So I was thinking that just having these resources might not be enough, and people actually want to test if they understood something. So for that, I decided to implement a quiz for every topic. After you go through all of the resources, you're gonna have to answer 3 to 4 questions to make sure that you understood that topic properly. So today we're gonna build this quiz logic, and we're gonna focus on only one type of question. This will be multiple choice question. At the top, we're gonna have like the question itself. Then we might have some image or some code maybe. And here we're gonna have like 4 options, 4 choices. You should select one and then press submit, and you'll go to the next screen until you reach the quiz end of the screen, this one. So this is the plan for today. This is going to be the main features that we're going to do today, but we're going to also try to cover other smaller features and improvements that I have planned if we will have time at the end. And I think that's the plan, and we are ready to get started. But before that, hello everyone in the live chat. How are you doing today, guys? What's the weather like today where you live? Murshid, hello. Siri, hi. We want to learn about authentication like OAuth or JWT. Regarding authentication, I'm gonna, during the next live stream, basically next Friday, we're gonna start working on the backend, and we're gonna start right away with authentication. So make sure to check out the next week's live stream. Nice layout, I like this. Thank you very much. That's a bit like if you're talking about that layout of the tree structure. I'm not gonna lie, that was inspired by Duolingo. So thank you for what. Yes. Hello, Larry. How are you doing? Rogelio, hello. I know that you are working on a project. How is it going for you? Andrew is saying, hi Vadim, after last stream I went to take a look at competitors and found Enki with pretty much same idea as yours. What is your plan to differentiate with them? I don't know what they are doing. I haven't heard about them. Let me note it down. And I don't know. This application, like in terms of technical, to implement it, it's not that complicated. That's why I'm sharing everything with you here on YouTube, because I'm not afraid of someone else from our community building the same application. Because the value of this application is in actual content that it will provide, which in one way is good and in other way is bad, because it requires a lot of work on the content itself, on gathering all the resources, on making this clear path to get from point A to point B. So I think this is how I'm going to differentiate. The way I'm going to structure everything, the exercises that I'm going to provide, the use cases, which I'm going to try to provide real life use cases, because I think in a lot of tutorials, what it is missing is the real world application of a thing that you're learning. So I don't know, a lot of tutorials are focusing on, give me one example, can't think of anything. So I mean, like, if you read the documentation of React Native and you read the flat list, like, it's very dry. Like, you're gonna read like, okay, here is how to use flat list, here's how to do that and do that. The way I try to explain is I start with, why do you need a flat list? And I'm gonna give you a real world scenario. So imagine you are on Instagram and you're scrolling through your feed, and that feed is kind of like infinite scrollable feed. And to implement that, like, we could use like a flat list that has like a render item for every post that you want to render and so on. So I think that the way I'm gonna try to explain these topics is gonna differentiate from other applications. Right. Working on a WordPress site and watching your video from Bangladesh. Hello. Adil, hello. Tapa, hello from Nepal. It's going good so far. Slowly but surely I'll get there with your guidance, of course. Let's go. You can do it. Set realistic goals, guys. Don't try to shoot for the moon. It's better to build something and to finish like what you planned, and then you can go ahead and improve and implement all other awesome features that you have in mind, because I'm pretty sure you all have a lot of awesome features in mind. But start with something basic, start with a core, start with an easy way, and after that you can always improve. By the way, who is working on a startup? I really want to know. So if you're watching it during the live stream, write in the chat a plus sign, and I'm gonna understand that you're working on a startup for the challenge. And also, if you're watching it afterwards, write down below in the comments. Focus Author, yeah, hello Michael, how are you doing? Hey everyone, if you are into AWS and you want to know more about AWS Amplify, which I'm pretty sure you do, because watching our channel, we're always using AWS Amplify, make sure to follow Focus Author. He's gonna write a message in a second, and you're gonna see him in the live chat. And make sure to subscribe. He's doing a lot of awesome content around AWS Amplify. He's also from the AWS team. So he's doing a lot of amazing content. Yes, here he is. Right. Answer to quiz with timer or just with skip. I haven't decided that yet. Probably I'm not going to implement any timers. Yeah, it's just going to be like question answer. Take your time. All right, I see a lot of people here. That's awesome. But I think we should get started with building, actually. Hey Vadim, any new project videos coming up? At this moment, for the next, this is the second week, so 5 more weeks we're gonna work on this application, and you're actually going to learn a lot here. So yes, this is not like a usual tutorial that we are doing, but at the same time, I'm explaining everything that I'm doing, and also you can see a lot of features and requirements that you would need to implement like as a base for your application. Because previous week, first week and second week, which is today, we are working on the front end with React Native. Then we're gonna, let me actually get my plan. Then we're gonna get into the backend features. For the backend, we're gonna implement authentication, database, storage, yeah, and that's it. After that, we're gonna have a live stream where we will most probably implement push notifications and analytics. Then we're gonna have a live stream where we will implement a monetization, so some kind of subscriptions. More about that later. Super excited about that live stream. Also, one live stream will be about gamification. So yeah, this is probably, no, I think we will have one more. So a lot of things, a lot of learning opportunities during this series. So make sure to follow along and learn something new from here. So I see a lot of people working on their own startups. That's amazing. Well, you can add translation system or something so you'll get more users. Yes, I can always do that after I validate the idea, but these kind of things will should not be part of an MVP. An MVP is something that we do as fast as possible in order to test the idea. If I see that this idea is working, yeah, definitely I can do internationalization to have multiple languages and so on. But it's not gonna define if this project succeeds or not. It will only make it a bit better, if that makes sense. Can you make a tutorial on CI/CD pipeline? We have that in the full stack mobile development course, which you can sign up down in the description below. We have this CI/CD pipeline and everything is automated, from deploying your backend to multiple environments to building your application and also submitting everything to App Store and Play Store. So the only thing you do, you write your features, you write your code, push it to GitHub, and that's it. You forget about everything. It's taken care by the pipeline. Just a reference, a couple of screens from Enki. Where can I see them? Are the push notifications directly from Expo? I haven't decided that yet. We'll see when we get there. But most probably yes. When can we expect the next batch? The next batch for the course, we are still working very closely with batch 1, which we launched a couple of months ago. We are having very good progress. We're doing like bi-weekly meetings with them. And yes, the next batch, we are planning to do it at the beginning of autumn, probably beginning of September. I don't have an exact date yet, but if you're subscribed, you will find out about that. All right, guys, so let's get started because we have quite a lot of work to do today. By the way, leave your comments in the chat, and when I'm gonna get bored of coding, I'm gonna go back to the chat and answer as many questions as I possibly can. But now we should start coding and focusing on what we're doing. So here I have our application running. We have a home screen. Whenever I press on one of these topics, we go to the topic screen with some introduction, resources, context, and some practice resources. For the resources, you can press on them and it will open a new window which crashed the application, not the application, the whole simulator, which is not very good. I don't know what happened there, but let's give it another try. It was working before, come on. So yes, we have some also prepare some music for us, not to get bored. Let's go. Here is our emulator. We have a coffee here, of course. Okay, here we have it. And if we press on something here, will it? Yes, it crashes the emulator. ¿Por qué? That's weird. Okay, you know what? I already prepared. I'm gonna open something. Give me a second. Right. So here I have. Let me make it bigger. Here I have prepared the board for our kind of project management to keep track of all the tasks that we have. And I'm gonna write down the bug here because I don't want to debug it right now. We can debug it at the end of the stream. So opening resources crashes emulator, which is weird. It doesn't crash the application, but it crashes emulator. So we're gonna see, maybe it's the browser that we are using for opening them. But let's go to the tasks. Here we have the first task, the quiz task. Let's put it in progress and let's open it up because I have created some steps for this. So first step would be to create the boilerplate for the screen. All right, we can do that. Are you running here? Please use load animation. I'm not sure if I'm planning to add any animations at this point. They are kinda not very necessary for an MVP. But yeah, we'll see. Of course it crashed. It's Friday. Yes, on Friday everything crashes. So here we have our application. Everything is okay. We're gonna debug that issue later. But now what I want to do is to create the screen for our quiz. So let's do quiz screen. And let's define the quiz screen.tsx. Let's define the boilerplate. And let's also define the index.ts to export easier our component. Default from quiz screen. Now in our navigation, we can go ahead in the index. And where should we put this quiz screen? Yes, we're gonna put it in our root navigator. So let me copy the stack screen for the topic and just change the name here to quiz screen, which was imported here. And we see a red TypeScript error because we need to go to our types navigation, and where we have our root stack param list, we should have the quiz here. Quiz. At this moment, I'm not sure if we will definitely need some data here because we will need, are we going to? So yeah, let's add it. It's gonna be ID. So we're gonna go to the quiz with that ID. Every quiz will have an ID. Okay, maybe, I guess. Welcome Vadim watching live. Hello Brain Power, how is it going? Did any of you finish the Uber Eats project? A lot of people wrote me that they finished. It took them a lot of time, so around 35 hours. But they said like it was very, very valuable, and they learned a lot out of it. So we have our quiz. We define it in our navigation here. We still have these issues with rendering the TypeScript issue for rendering stack.navigator. So let's add them in the bugs to remember to look into them whenever we will have a feeling of doing that. So TS errors for stack.navigator and others. Navigator. Okay. So now we should probably define the button on the bottom here of the screen that will launch the quiz. For that, I will define a custom component for our button, because we're gonna have to reuse some kind of buttons in a lot of places in our application. So for that, let's go ahead and create here a button. Yeah, button. Or let me call it custom button, because there is a button in React Native as well, so not to be confusing. Custom button.tsx and the index.ts. From the index we export default from button. And from here, let's do React Native functional export, custom button. That's good. It's gonna be a pressable, because we need to detect on press events. But what should we do when we click this button? Well, we don't know. We're gonna receive this functionality from the props, because the parent component is gonna be the one that will decide what to do when this button is pressed. So before declaring the properties, let's define the interface for our properties. Basically, what do we expect here? We will, and I think it's gonna extend pressable props. Extends. Let's see if we can import it from here. Yes, because we want to be able to pass to this custom button everything that the pressable can send. So we're gonna have here pressable props, and the pressable props already has this on press event, because if I check it, it's gonna have this on press event. So I don't have to define it one more time here. So I can simply destructure it from here on press and send it to the on press of our pressable. Also the text, right? The text. Our pressable props does not have a text property. So for that reason, we're gonna define it as an extra property here in our interface. And that property will be called text, which is gonna be a string, and it should be required. Now let's grab that text here and render it instead of a custom button. Text. Okay, let's try to use this custom button and work from there with styling and so on. So in our topic screen, where do we have our topic screen? In our topic screen here, let's define it into the custom button, which was imported for me automatically here, with the text. Oh, come on. text start quiz. Why don't you want text here? Is not assignable to type pressable props. Text does not exist on pressable custom button text. Oh, because here for the properties, I typed it also with pressable props, not with our custom button props. My bad. Now it should be working, and we should see it here. Start quiz at the end. Very weird because I cannot see it properly. But yes, we can go ahead in our custom button and start defining the styles for this button. Styles dot container. We can define the styles object using stylesheet.create. This style sheet is going to be imported from React Native, and the container is here. All right, let's do the same for the text and then start styling them. Text. Please increase text size. Yes, sorry guys, thank you for letting me know. Is it better now? I don't know why you add index.ts in all components. I will explain you why. It's easier to import this button because without this index.tsx in the quiz, in the quiz screen, in the topic screen, I would have to import custom button from components custom button, and then I'll have to do custom button.tsx, or if without tsx also would work. For example, like this. And you will also have to do double, basically custom button and custom button. And just by adding this index to the component that exports by default that component, I can simply import it just by mentioning it once, custom button. Now you're asking why can't I put all of this code from the custom button in the index.ts and import it the same way? Well, I could do that. That's also a possibility. But in that case, we will always have like indexes open here on top, and it's going to be harder to navigate the component. Also, if you're used to navigate with like searching by file name, you're going to have to do like index, and then you're going to see a lot of indexes and you're not going to know what you want to work with. But in this situation, if I have to work with a custom button, I can say custom button, enter, and I'm here. So it's a choice. You don't have to do that. You can work in the index. That's perfectly fine. Also, you can work in the custom button and then import it by specifying it 2 times, which the first time is a folder and the second time is a file name. But in my case, I feel more comfortable specifying the index here, which is always like export default and file name, and then importing them as simple as that. Hopefully it makes sense right now. So back to our custom button here, we have a container, we have a text. Let's start with a background color, which is gonna be colors.light.primary. Let's import the colors. Okay, it's there, but for the topic screen, for this scroll view container, margin bottom 20. No, padding bottom. Come on, why are you are not showing? Container, it's in the scroll view. What's the extension for the code suggestions? Yes, it's GitHub Copilot. Come on, what's going on here for the container? Scroll view, I think has a property for the container style. So style, content container style. I think I was meaning to give it here. Yes, yes, that's how I wanted to do it. And I'm wondering how it's gonna display. Yes, it's gonna be no. And for the style here, I want this scroll view to take at least full page if it doesn't have enough content, to be all white, for example. So I can do flex 1 on the style. No, it doesn't work. Okay, never mind. So we have a start quiz there, custom button. Let's go ahead and align the text in the center, but before that, let's add some padding. That's good. Flex direction. No, flex. Align items and justify content. So justify content center for one axis and align items center for the other axis. Okay, for the text, I can do white, font size 16, that's good. And what else does GitHub recommend? Font weight bold. Bold is too much. I'm gonna give it 600 or even 500. Yes, like this. I'm not sure if white is good here, to be honest. But what I'm sure is that I will have to add some border radius. Should I make them fully round? No, I think like this looks better. Fully round looks too playful, in my opinion. And square. Come on. 10. Come on. Yes, thank you, Or, for that. Start quiz, no, 10 is too much. 5 is just enough. All right, so that's good. Start quiz. Not sure if it has enough contrast, white with the green. But as I said, we can always come back to the colors, and that's what we're gonna do. Right now, we just work with what we have. Can you use React Native Fast Image with Expo? I'm not sure, haven't tried that. So we are good here, and what I wanted to do in the topic screen, when we press this custom button on press on start quiz, I want to redirect the user to the start quiz. So const on start quiz. Do we have a navigation here? Yes, we have navigation. So navigation quiz. For the ID, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 at this moment. We'll see what ID we will send there when we will implement the backend. Being it either the ID of the topic or the ID of a quiz. And most probably we're gonna store quizzes separately, and they were gonna have separate IDs. And let's give it a try. So if I press start quiz, quiz screen. If I go back, I'm here. Perfect. So we are done with this creating the boilerplate for the screen. But while we're still here talking about navigation, I'm gonna go ahead and fix one bug that we have. And the bug is this navigation set option issue. So if we look in the logs here, we see one common issue. Not this one. Let me restart it and show you exactly what issue I'm talking about. What are we gonna use for the backend? We're gonna use amplify. So the issue that I'm talking about is whenever I press on the variable, we get this cannot update a component while rendering different component, and it says that it's something related to the topic screen and other things, yeah, like basically in the topic screen. And the problem here is that in the topic screen, we are trying to set these options. But when I implemented them in the body of our component. So basically this call was gonna be, this navigation.set option is gonna be called every time our component renders. But that's not what we need, and we should never call like set options inside the body of our component. What we should do is to call this function when the component mounts. So for that, I'm gonna use a use effect with an empty dependency array, and I'm gonna put this here. Actually, it shouldn't be empty. It should be, the topic should be here, because every time the topic changes, I want to change the title of a page as well. Let me make sure that I'm importing use effect. Yes, can remove these two from here. And now let's check if the issue was fixed. Let's clear the logs. Let's restart the application. And let's go to the variable. Our title is updated correctly. Field type, in the topic screen, something is marked as required in the topic section probably. Oh yeah, in the topic section, that means that we props with children expects. No, it can be undefined. Come on. The prop children is marked as required, but its value is undefined. It's not marked as required. Let's add this to our bugs. I'm gonna take a screenshot to have some context. Copy. But the bug with navigation set option is fixed. So I should open it, set the status to complete. And why doesn't, we will filter status like this. Where status is not complete. A bit of off topic, but yeah, so TypeScript issue when accessing an empty topic. And here I'm gonna put the picture. Okay, so back to our task with the quiz. We have created the boilerplate for the quiz screen. So if I go here, start quiz, we have the screen, the navigation is good. What tool are you using for project management? Here it's Notion. The next step is to render the question. And if we look in our presentation, our question, we're gonna display the question on the top. Then we can have either an image or some markdown content. And yes, that's what we have to start with. Let me close everything. So in the quiz screen, let's go quiz screen here. Let's start by defining the styles. Let's make sure to import the styles. Can you make a Google Play clone? That would be interesting. So for the view, which is most probably gonna be a scroll view, but let's start with a view. Style.container. We're gonna have here the question. So styles.question. And then we're gonna have an image. Styles.question image. And below we're gonna have choices. And then at the bottom, the button. Perfect. So for the container, let's start with flex 1 and background color. Colors.light.white. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna, instead of navigating always here, I'm gonna go ahead in our navigation, and for our root navigator here, I'm gonna say default, not default screen option. How is it? It should be default. No. Initial route name will be quiz. And by doing that, if I reload the application, the first route should be our quiz. Yes, and it says that can find variable image because we didn't import it yet. And the image needs a source. And a URI that we're gonna get in a moment. Question here. So for the question, we can start with what is the output. A very easy question, and we're gonna have an image with some code, and you're gonna have to choose what is the output. I'm pretty sure it's markdown error because the type of content you are sending is string undefined, but it expects a string, so it should be regarding that. The thing is that it shouldn't even get to that markdown, because in the topic screen where we have what? The markdown, we display it only if we have description, so it shouldn't get here. Because in the topic section here, if display is null, is false, we just return null and we don't render the children. But I'm gonna debug it later, and maybe that's Yes, thank you. Initial route name. That's what I was looking for. Back here, container. We'll have padding. I'm not sure if I'm consistent with my padding for the screens. So let's check the topic screen. Padding 10 has 10. Okay. For the question, it's gonna have font size 20, font weight 500, and the color, because I increased the weight of a font, it looks too dark. So the color will be colors.light. What do we have here? We don't have any kind of dark text. I'm gonna leave it like this. It's good. Love this idea. Thanks for doing this. Thank you very much. Catalina is here. Hello. So we have a question. What is the output? Then we have an image. Let's go ahead and create the image. Oh, I don't have any images, so I didn't prepare these images. I'm gonna do them using the, how is it called? There was a website where you could write these very nice code snippets. I was even sharing them on Twitter. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? It was a website you could write simple code snippets, and it was exporting them to an image. Can you make a Google Play clone? We will see. We will see. I cannot promise. It's a good idea. Maybe I will add it in our list, and maybe later we can do it. How even to write code? How is it? Paste bin? I don't think so. What's this? Code snippet generator. Carbon. Yes. This one. So let's. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time here. Let's think of a question here altogether for the displaying the output. This is about variables. So I'm gonna do const age equal 18. If is birthday, we're gonna do age equal age plus 1, and then let's do console log age, and it's gonna be JavaScript. And can you guys answer what's gonna be the output here of age? Let's do it here. Let's do a poll. Vote. What's gonna be the output here? So, what here? I want here JavaScript. Where is it? JavaScript. Okay. I need to purchase this. No, thank you. I'm gonna spend some time. Material is nice. For some settings. I need some oh, padding. I need some padding, horizontal. But even the padding for that one, Vadim, it's not that important. Let's just go with it. Oh, that was a preset. I want material. Oh, perfect, like this. I like it. Okay. Should I do white here? Or should I do our brand yellow? Of course, brand yellow. But I don't know what's there. Okay, so let's export it. Here we have it, and I need to host it somewhere because I need to get a URL. Let me put it on an S3 bucket, so don't watch how I put my password. 1 second. So the results of our poll, where is it? End poll. The answer is error because that variable is defined as const, so you cannot reassign a value there. Yes, and Dexter 2 hours later. So what's better, 4 pixels or 8 pixel border radius? Of course. I'm spending time choosing the color of this one. Give me a second. Okay. Okay, so let's go and put that image on an S3 bucket for now. Because yeah, that's where our images will be later. We just need a URL to that bucket. So I have a bucket called dummy here. Let's go here in images and let's upload. Okay, like that. Permissions, grant public read access, because we want anyone to be able to access it. And yeah, that's it. Let's upload. Okay, it's there, and I can go here, and there is this object URL. If I access it, it should be this image. Yes, perfect. So let's use this image in our URI here for the image, paste. And without some styles, it's not gonna show up. So let's do width 100%. We want full width, and for the height, I don't know. Let's start with some 300 pixels. And the image, I also want to say resize method. I want all the image to be visible. So I don't want it to, not resize method, but resize mode. It should be contain, to contain the whole image, because by default it is cover, which means cover the whole container that we gave, and we gave this container with height 300. So let's put contain. It's there. Will it be visible? but that's not the problem for now. I can fix that later, like the image itself. Now, yes, I think with a question, with the image, we are done. There is a VS Code extension called Snapshot that does it. Install it, select the code you want to take a picture of, then right click and press Snapshot. That's interesting. Called Snapshot. So we are done with rendering the question. Not with the whole question, we render the question title. We rendered the image, which would be optional, and for that we need to test it. But let's move our data to some dummy data, because it's going to be easier for us to work with, to check like if it's defined or not defined, because the next step would be to add a different type of content for the question, because right now it's an image, but maybe also I will want to add some markdown, maybe some code right there, and it's not very hard to do. So let's do it right now and have this flexibility later on when we create these questions. So let's go in our data. Let's create a new file, quiz.ts, and here we're gonna have to export default an array of questions, and the first question will have an ID of 1. The question itself, what is the name of the main character in the game? That's a good question. What is the output of the following code? That's good. It's gonna have an image, and the image will be this URL. And for now, that's it. Let's go ahead and import this dummy data. Import quiz from data.quiz. Our question, because quiz is going to be an array of questions. So the question that we want to render at the moment will be quiz at position 0. And let's find here question. And for the image here, let's do question.image. But now we can conditionally render this, because the image might not be there. So let's add this question.image check. And let's make it a boolean. What you don't like there? Well, Noah, that's a very good question. I'm preparing to launch my startup. It should be multi-platform, mobile app, and on the laptop. I'm data scientist, so I know only Python. Which stack do you recommend? For the Python. There might be something specifically for the Python, like some frameworks, multi-platform, that might be easier for you to use just because you already know Python. Otherwise, like, should it be like a native application on the laptop, or can it be like a website? I don't know. Now I wanted to test if we didn't have this image. So if we didn't have image, yes, that's good. Actually, I'm gonna add the second question, the one with, instead of an image, we're gonna have some code, some content, some markdown content. Let's take from the topic some content there. Yeah, something like that. What's the weather like? Cannot think about questions right now. And let's change to the second question. What's the weather like? So it doesn't have an image, but it has some content. So if question.content is defined, then we want to render it in the markdown like this. Question.content. That's it. Yes, what's the weather like? Here we have some code, and based on this code, we will be able to provide more details for the question itself. So we're gonna have like this flexibility that we don't necessarily have to provide the images. We can provide the code directly there. But I think it should be like this. Yes, yes. So now I see that it's too close to the question. So for the question, I can add some margin vertical like that. Okay, so that means that we have also implemented the body markdown, which is also optional, and it works both with this one and with the image as well. Perfect. Next step is to render the multiple choice answers. In my designs, I have thought about displaying like these 4 buttons side by side. I'm still not sure if that's the best approach, because if the answers will be very short, that's good. But if answers will be long, they will not fit in this small amount of space. So do I want to add some logic to calculate if answers are short, then display in this layout, or if they are long to display like every line? I think I'm gonna keep it simple and just render them every answer from a new line. What do you say? All right. And in that situation, we can have like, we are more flexible because we can have also free answers. It's not gonna look weird with free answers if all of them will be from a new line. We can have odd number and even number of answers, choices. So for the choices, Vadim, how to set up passwordless phone OTP verification using AWS. That's that's a very good question. I don't know. So I don't think like in terms of Amplify, I'm not sure if it's possible to implement like by default. Because Cognito always requires that password flow, but you can definitely do something about that. So that's something interesting to research. So thank you. I'm gonna have a look at that. Passwordless phone OTP. Let's do it right now. We have here a lot of content ideas. So passwordless OTP verification. And someone also suggested the Google Play clone. So let's go back to our events roadmap. You have been able to do the OTP verification using Amplify, but specifically passwordless. Back to our quiz here. Render multiple choice answers. Should we do them in terms of like buttons? I don't think so. So for that reason, I'm gonna create a new component for new folder, multiple choice answer. Is that the right term for this? My English is the best. Multiple choice answer .tsx, React Native functional export. This is define the index. And I made a mistake. Multiple. Okay, quiz screen here. Let's go ahead to start from our data. So in our assets data quiz, this one will have options, or how is it called? How to name them? Options. Google Pay? Did he say Google Pay? Because for me as well, like Google Play was weird. Like, why would you need to? Why would you be interested in cloning Google Play? Maybe Google Pay. So options, options. I'm thinking how to structure the data, because we can have like options like this, 0, 19, error, or and then have like correct option to be error, or we can define them as an object, and in the object have like a boolean if it's correct one or not. I'm thinking how it would be better. In this situation, we would have to duplicate error and error here. I don't know, let's correct option. Let's leave it like this. Yeah, let's leave it like this. And here in our quiz screen, where we have our choices, let's loop through our question.choices. Is it choices or options? I think it's options. Dot map. So for every option, I want to render a multiple choice answer with the key just option. And here, text option. Let's add for the second one as well. What you don't like? Can find option. Did you mean option? What? Okay, here. Sometimes we have two options correct. Yes, I'm also thinking about that approach to have like objects have correct one or not. And indeed, with my approach, I'm limiting myself to only one correct answer. What am I doing here? Yes, here I need to close this. Yes, like this. So, but as objects, I'm thinking already about our database. It's gonna be harder to add them as objects. As an array of strings, it's gonna be super easy to add and manage them. But yeah, like sometimes we might have multiple correct answers, like choose all the true statements. And in that case, it's gonna be more than one. In that case, I can do correct options as an array and make sure that all the options from the correct options array matches the selected ones. That can simplify it. If I move to objects, I might increase the complexity of it, of managing the data. So let's go with this option. Correct. Suggest me a better naming for this, because it's definitely not options. Answers and correct answers. Choices. What else? So here we're sending the text. Let's go to our multiple choice here and implement the interface for the multiple choice props. We have a text which is a string. And let's grab that text here from these props and let's render it here. Okay, we have 0, 19 and error. Let's do export style, or not export, const. Stylesheet.create. We're gonna have, of course, a container and a text. This view is going to be actually pressable because we will need to detect press events on the correct options. So let's also make sure to import the style sheet. For the container, how to style them? Like a very, very light. I know how to style them. I will style them with a border, with one border color, colors dot light dot something. Dot, I can go with this one. I'm such a mess with my colors. I think it's going to be harder to choices and correct answers. choices, yes, choices and correct answers. Maybe that's better. Any other suggestions? Let's give it styles just to start seeing them, how we style them. So it's gonna be styles here, dot container, and here styles dot text. Okay, that's good. So now we're gonna need some internal padding in that option container. We're gonna need some margin, vertical 10, not 10, 5 will be enough because it's gonna be 5 on top, 5 on bottom. Vertical. And border radius 5. Yes, that's good. Should I add like ABC? No, I don't want to do that. This is already good. And we're also gonna receive a is selected, which is boolean. Let's do it optional, and is selected by default is gonna be false. And now if it is selected, I'm just gonna simply add one more style to our container. So is selected. I'm gonna do border color, colors dot light dot primary. Otherwise, nothing or empty object. So if I say here true, they will be selected. Yes. Maybe accent or secondary. No. Primary is good. Okay, so let's give here false and go back to the quiz screen here. And in the quiz screen, we're gonna keep track of the selected answers. So, okay. I like to import useState directly. Where is useState? From here. Selected answers. It's gonna be, as I said, an array. Oh, whoa. What's that? Here we go. So, as I said, it's going to be an array with selected options, array of string. So let's do here string array. Now, let's do on press here, on choice press. This is going to be the function that will handle the logic when we press on one of these choices, and we're gonna also receive this choice. Let me check. Object with Boolean would be better because it can support more functionality. As if you are looking for non-answers, for example, you can do, if answers is none, it wouldn't work. I don't think I understood that one with none. Choice. Okay, so when we press on one of these, let's do set selected answers, current selected answers, and we're gonna do if current selected answers includes the choice that we want to do, then we want to remove it. So we're gonna return the current selected answers without our choice. Otherwise, we're gonna return all the current selected answers plus the choice that we just clicked. Okay, one moment. Let's see. Here is the on press, and also we will need that is selected. Password is selected if the selected answers, selected answers, set selected answers. I need to do plural. Selected answers, if it includes the choice, the option here. Let's move to the choice. If it includes the choice, here choice, here choice. Let's do here choices as well. Someone suggested choices. Correct answers. And this one press, let's go in the multiple choice answer. We're gonna have this on press, which is gonna be a function receiving a string and returning nothing. Hello. Yes, please. You're a kitty. No, not here, Vadim. It was in the interface. Yeah, arg0 is a string. So let's go on press, but it's also optional because maybe some cases I forget to send the on press. On press. Let's send this on press to our pressable. on press, and it needs a default value. If we didn't send anything, it's gonna be an empty function. But we need to send the choice there. So on press, we'll send there the text. I think we said that we want to keep it consistent and name not text but choice. Choice, 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 choice. For the styles, let's keep it text. So let's see if it works. Selecting works, deselecting also works. What do you think about the UI? Can I improve it somehow? Should I maybe also make the text green? Color primary. I'm not sure if it's gonna look good with color green, but maybe. Yeah, I think it is gonna look good. So let's have the same thing for the text style. And not border color, but simply color. I'm gonna set here with text. Oh no. What if I also make it bolder font weight bold. I think it's extra. It's good like this. Okay, we have something. But you know what? I also am thinking of specifying if that question can supports multiple answers. So if it doesn't support multiple answers, I want to be able to select only one to make it easier for the people. So let's go ahead in our data quiz. Let's say that we're gonna have a type. There is multiple choice and multiple answers. This one is multiple choice, and for the second one I can do multiple answers. In multiple answers you can have multiple selected answers. Multiple choice and multiple answers. Okay, let's go in the quiz screen, because here is the logic. And it's gonna depend on how we treat them here, because we want to filter. Okay, the logic will be the logic here will differentiate, because it's if it is multiple answers, we will need to merge to the existing selected values with the value that we want to add. However, if it is, let's do it like this. If question is dot type is equal to, and I'm gonna do them multiple choice, and here multiple answers. So if it is multiple answers, we're gonna merge them together. Else, I'm just gonna return the array with only one option, the one that we just selected. So now, if I select the other one, it deselects the previous one, because our question here is multiple choice. But if it was a multiple answers, then we can select more of them. Does that make sense? And now I can also deselect. Okay, yes, I think I like it. Or just check if correct answer is array, so you can save storage by using if array is array. In that situation, it's gonna be harder to store the correct answers, because we will be able to store it in terms of an array or as a string. So it's gonna, in the database, it's not gonna be fixed. Because in this situation, in database, I can always store arrays. And yeah. All of this data that you see here right now, this is gonna be in a database. So when I'm designing, I'm already thinking how it's gonna be easier for me to store, query, and so on. Manage the data as well. Okay, I think we have render multiple choice answers. That's good. The next step is the button. But now I'm thinking, I have an idea, and I'm gonna note it down in our tasks, because I want to say if answer was incorrect, provide explanation of why. I'm not sure if I'm going to implement it here, but it's a good feature to have for future. So I'm going to add it with priority 3. Not started. Coding. right. Well, in that case, you could check if correct answer's length is more than one, there are multiple answers. If not, is a single answer, but your works. Yes, that's a very good idea. I could do that as well. I could check the length of the correct answers, and if it's one, that means that I can select only one. If it's more, yes, that's actually better approach. I'm thinking if I would need this type for anything else other than this functionality. But if I will need it for something else, I can always add it back later. But now I think your option for what I'm trying to do here is better. So thank you very much. I'm so lucky to do this project with you here on YouTube, because more minds are better than one single mind. So if question dot correct answers dot length is more than one, then I should do that. So in this situation, it's only one, so it's like this. And if I would add also 0 here, it should allow me to select more of them. Yes. Should it be also limiting to how many? So if it's 2, you should be able to select only 2? No, I think that's extra. Can you hear the music, by the way, on the stream? Okay, that's good. So as I said, our next step would be the button. We already have that custom button, so let's go ahead and add here custom button with the text. What's gonna be the text? Did I think about it? Submit. Yes, submit, but not here, Vadim. In the quiz screen, we're gonna have a button. Let's import it. And I also want to add a style to this button. Not sure. No. You know what? I forgot to do something, but I'm gonna do it in a moment. So for the style, I want to say styles.button. I want to make sure that this button is on the bottom of a screen, so I'm gonna add margin top auto. It's not gonna do anything because yes, we defined that we can send to our custom button any property that a pressable expects, but if I go in the custom button, we are not doing anything with the rest of the properties. So to do something with the rest of the properties, let's actually get all the other properties, other props, from the things that we are receiving, from the properties that we are receiving, and send them here like this. And the onPress is going to be handled automatically if we delete it, because it's part of the pressable props. But the style is gonna be overridden. So I will have to do it like this. I will have to destructure it from here, style, and I'm gonna have to provide it here, style, style or empty. Either view styles or a function that receives a boolean reflecting. Spread type may only be created from object type, but this style is style props. Wait a second. What am I doing wrong here? Perhaps we could randomize the answers. Perhaps I could randomize the answers. I could do that. Yes, let's add it as a feature. Randomize the order of answers. It's part of a quiz. What's wrong here? So type view style. Let me check if simply doing here style would work. Yes, it would. But like this, it's not working. Type view style. I don't know why it works. What's wrong with these props? With the TypeScript here? I could do it other way. I could try to do it other way. So I could put it into one object, and I could destructure this one, and I could destructure this one. And now it's working? No? Wait, not like this, but or. Going crazy with this one. It was working before like this. No, with an array. Style says any. That would work, but I'm not sure why now it's not working. So let's styles as any. And I can do it like this, or I don't even need to do it like that. Like this it works. It aligned it on the bottom the way I wanted, but if I did, let me test if I'm not sending any styles here. Will it still work? Yes, it still works. So that's perfect. Now I have some default styles in our custom button, like the color, the shape, and so on. But I can also add some custom styles from the outside. For example, in this situation, I want it to be on the bottom of the screen, so I added the margin top auto. Okay, that's good. What else I wanted to do? I was thinking, yes, if the content on this screen is gonna be more than the height of a screen, we should be able to scroll. So I'm gonna add a bunch of other options to see this scenario, like this. And now I cannot scroll. Let's change from a view here to a scroll view. Scroll view. Now we can scroll, and this style should be to the content container style. I don't need this flags. And actually the button should have some margin because at the moment it doesn't have any. So let's add some margin vertical 5. Margin vertical 5 for the container. Margin vertical. Did it work? Why it's not working? Oh, because I'm oh yeah. Because I am overriding here with margin top auto. Okay. For that reason, I'm gonna add it into another view here, and the style will go to that view. Styles.button container, in order not to mess up my styles here. Button container. It's still gonna work, but it's specifically for this use case. I needed it like this to have the margin top auto on the container, because the button itself should have its own margin top and bottom, basically margin vertical. So I can go back to 5 because 5 was good enough. Yes. Now in the quiz here, we render the button, but the next step would be disable button if no option is selected. And I can go back and delete all the extra options because now we made sure that it renders correctly. I need to make sure that this container is actually full screen, because right now, if I will not have this image, the scrollable container will be only until here. Why I don't see the question? Yes. So for the quiz screen, I will do. It should be like for the style of this scroll view, it should be flex 1 to take the full height of the parent, but it's not working. So I'm thinking content container style, is it? No, not content container. Here should be height 100% of a parent. It's not working. Okay, let's continue thinking. Sunday, Vadim, well done. You are a great teacher. This channel has really helped me in mastering React Native. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And now I'm staying here and messing up with the scroll view, making it full screen. Flexing content container style, not style. That was not working actually properly. So flex 1 in the container here. In this scenario, it works, but if I'm gonna have more content than the screen itself, in that scenario, it's not working properly. I cannot scroll because No, I'm thinking that, you know what? I think I have an idea. Should be with minimum height. If I do height 100%, it's gonna work in this situation, but it's again not gonna work in the other situation. If we have an image, it's not gonna work. Let me check my assumption. Yes, it's not gonna work. But if I do minimum height, now it's working in this situation when there is more content than the screen height, and it should work also when there is less content than the screen height. Yes. So I said that the content of the scroll view, basically everything inside the scroll view, should be, if there is less content than the screen width, than the screen height, make sure that the content, the scroll view is displayed on the full screen. So basically min height 100%. But if it's more, like expand to fit all the content inside there. So with that being said, I think I am good on this one. And I was trying to do that on the other screen as well. On which screen? On the topic screen. Topic screen has a scroll view, content container style, min height 100%, yes. So, all right, so we are done with that scrollable thing. The next step would be to disable button if no option is selected. Can you send me the other part of this video? I have actually linked it in the description of the video. So if you expand the description of the video, you should see a URL to the first part of this series. And also there is a playlist. Not Just Startup Challenge, where you can find all the videos that we do in this startup. Larry can paste it in the chat in a moment. Yes, here is the URL. Vincent is asking, what is your best advice if I have an app where people vote and I want to reset votes for everyone after 24 hours after someone voted? If you want to reset the votes for everyone after 24 hours someone voted. So basically you want every day to count the votes only for a specific day. So for example, today everyone votes and at midnight everyone starts from 0 and again like everyone votes and gains these votes. Is that the case? Or I think this is the case that you're trying to do. If that's true, basically if you want to count the votes only for today and every day to reset them, in that case you can do that either with proper queries. So basically when you're querying all the votes for a specific thing, put a limit like the votes that was created like from midnight until now. Or if you are calculating somehow and summing it up and keeping track of the sum of the votes, in that case you need, like in AWS, you would need like a Lambda function that runs every midnight, that goes through all the votes and resets them to 0. There is similar thing in Firebase. I think it's called something related to the functions. So it's cloud functions that you can set to run at a specific period. And yeah. Hopefully that helped. So we need to disable. What's wrong with my emulator here? It wasn't centered. How many days do we still have? Basically, this is a 7 weeks challenge. We are in the week 2. That means that we have 5 more. Quick math. 5 more weeks. Basically, 5 more live streams. My pleasure, Vincent. So, next step, as I said, we need to disable the button. We need to disable the button. First of all, let's add a onPress event here to this button. onPress on submit. Let's go ahead and implement this on submit function that will simply console warn submit. Basically, I want some visual feedback to see if I press it correctly. Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. Why you're there? Why you're there? You are working perfectly. Button container. If I don't do that. I think it's because of a padding for the container. Is it because of a padding of a container? No, it's not because of that. No! Is it my solution with min height? Might be min height. But now it's working only when I'm thinking that quiz screen. I think that this issue is related to the header of our navigation, because if I do some changes when it knows about the header, it positions correctly. But if I refresh it, basically the first time it renders, it might render without the header. That's why it pushes so low. And after that it does the header and does this thing. Flex grow 0. Remove margin top auto. I want that margin top auto. I want that margin top auto. And I don't think it's because of it. It still has this scrollable, even if it doesn't need to. You see? The problem is different. Flex grow 0 for the container. Doesn't work. Look, we're gonna Google it. Full height scroll view React Native. If you just put top 10 for the button container. Flex grow 1 to the here it works. If I refresh, it works. And another situation would be if there would be more content than screen height. If it works in that scenario, then I'm good. Now it works. If I refresh, it works. Perfect. So the solution was flex grow 1 on the here on the our container. Awesome. Refresh. The button is still there. Yes. So your solution was almost right. Flex grow should be 1, not 0. So on submit, if I press on submit, I see this warning submit. But if I don't have any options selected, I shouldn't be able to press that button. So I'm gonna do, let me actually have it in a variable because I might need it in 2 places. Is button disabled? It's gonna be disabled if selected answers.length is gonna be equal to 0. So if we don't have any selected answers, we want our button to be disabled. So I can send here disabled, is button disabled. Now if I press, nothing happens because is button disabled is true. But if I select one option and if I press, now I see this submit. And again, if I deselect and press again, I don't see that. I also want to adjust a bit the styles of this button based on whether it's disabled or not. But that we're gonna do here in the custom button. So let's destructure the disabled here, because we will need it for styling our component. But because we destructure it separately, it's not gonna be in the other probes and it's not gonna end up in the pressable. So now you're gonna see this. For that reason, we need to send it there manually, disabled. And for the styles, where is styles? Here, container. We're gonna have one more style. Oh, here, disabled opacity. Should I work with opacity? I don't think I want to work with opacity. No, I want to work with background color, and it's gonna be colors. Light dot don't have colors to work with. Something like this would work. Yes, I think it's good. So if it's disabled, it's gray. If you select something, it's green and you can press it. Perfect. So that means that in our quiz here, disabled, it's good. The next step is check if answer is correct or not, and then move to the next question. So check if answer is correct or not. How should we go about this? Quiz screen. When we submit, if answered correctly, then do something. Basically, let's do alert.alert. correct, your answer is correct. And this alert I can import from React Native. Else I can say oops, you answered incorrectly. Now we need to implement this function that will check if the answer was correct or not. As I said, when is the answer correct? Because we have two arrays. We have one array of the selected answers, and we have one array from our dummy data of the actual correct answers. So we should return true if the values from these selected answers match the values from this correct answers array. The first check that we can do is if the length of this array is different, and it gives actually, oh my god, this is exactly what I need. GitHub Copilot, thank you very much. So if selected answers.length is equal to the question correct answer.length, basically they should be equal, but I'm gonna do it the other way. I'm gonna short circuit them. If it's different, then I'm gonna return false. Otherwise, I'm gonna return if question correct answers. If every correct answer from our question is included in our selected answers array, that means that we selected all of them correctly. Let's give it a try. So if I select wrong, you answered incorrectly. If I select 0, you answered incorrectly. If I select error, you answered correctly. That's good. But if I'm gonna do, well, if I'm gonna add 19 here as well, and if I'm gonna do it like this, if 0, you answered incorrectly, 0 and 19 incorrectly, because it should be 19 and error. If I choose all of them, it's still incorrect. Even though I select 19 and error, the length of the arrays that I selected and the correct one is different, so it returns false. And if I deselect 0, should be correctly, yes. And if it's only 1, as well incorrectly, 2 different, incorrectly. Perfect. Love your accent, Vadim, thank you. That's weird. Instead of alert, how do we show a custom alert component? Well, we should check some libraries for that. And that's actually, I should think about that. Let me get inspiration from the application that I'm getting inspiration from, which is Duolingo. I just need to see how we're managing this state, because it's not an alert, it's not a different screen. So, oh my god, I need to answer the question correctly. Okay, I see. What we're doing here is it pops up a kind of view from the bottom that says like great job, and you can press continue to go to the next one. But if you do it incorrectly, it shows correct solution. It shows probably why, and then continue. Okay, I think I can do that as well. Yes, green red text in top of a button. Yes, I think that's how we're gonna do. So check if answer is correct or not. We are checking that. Display the correct wrong state. So that thing is gonna be a view with some style. Styles dot. Should I manage them in the same place or independently? Let me start with creating it for the correct answer box. The correct answer box will have a custom button with continue on continue, which is going to be another function. We're going to implement it a bit later. It shouldn't be disabled. It never should be disabled. The correct answer box, I think, should be position absolute. It should be position on the bottom of a screen. It should have a background color. Colors dot light dot background. Should have a width of 100%. Left 0. Why you are there? Width 100% and it's not all the way there. Left 10. If I do background color secondary just to see it. Oh, because it's in the scroll view. So I will put it in outside the scroll view and I will put everything in a template here. It doesn't have to be in the scroll view. Yes. And now I can do left 0 back and it's gonna take full screen. Yes. Okay. Now it's gonna have some padding 10. Come on. Come on, come on. This one is gonna be, as I said, background. Add a score keeping option for correct answers. Yeah, we're gonna do like score mechanism because we're gonna have to display that at the end of a quiz in the winning screen. Come on. Okay, here is continue. Let's do also, where is it? Correct answer box is gonna be correct. Styles dot correct title. We're gonna probably have to refactor it and take it outside, but for now it's good. 16. font or just color. I want colors primary. And font weight bold. Yes, that's okay. Some margin vertical, maybe 10. My background is kinda weird, but that's good. For the current answer box, I'm gonna round up the corners on the top. So border radius top end 10 and border radius top right and top left, right? Right. Top, not top end, but top left. I need it primary here just to see it in action. Yes, it's working. 20, 20, even 25, maybe 25. Yeah, something like that. Primary background. And I also want border color to be this primary color, to have some separation between the border width. 2, maybe 1. Should I add some shadow? Let's try to add some shadows, maybe. I'm not sure if it added something. 130. Yes, it adds. So if I... On Android, the shadow, we add it with elevation. And on iOS, we add it with shadow color, offset, and so on. 25 is too much, right? And maybe only the border top should be... No, it doesn't look good. Okay, that's good. That's good. I like it. I like it like that. Add classement for all members. Yes, we have that actually. I'm planning that for our gamification. So in the gamification, we're gonna have XP system. That's gonna come later. And here gamification. Let's create it. Gamification. And leader board. Gamification as well. Thank you. If you have any other ideas, shoot them in. I'm listening. Disable choices after submission. Yes, that's true. I will need to do that as well. Disable choices after submitting. Okay, so we have this correct answer box, and we're gonna have to have a similar one for when it's gonna be wrong. So let me do it like this. Wrong answer box. Wrong title. I don't know, wrong. And this one continue. Yes, okay. Look what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna separate like general styles from the one specific to correct or wrong. In this way, I'm not gonna have to duplicate styles. So it's gonna be, first of all, styles dot answer box plus the styles for the correct answer box. And the same thing here for the wrong one. We're gonna have a common styles for the answer box, and then some custom styles for the wrong answer box, not the correct one, the simply answer box. Answer box, and here as well, answer box. So let me put the correct one here as a separate styles. Leave all of these styles for simply the answer box, basically, that's gonna share between the correct and wrong. And now move to the correct answer box, only the ones that are specific to this one. For example, background color. Background color can stay here, all of them can be like this. Border color is gonna be green on the correct answer box and red for the other one, so let me remove it from here. And that's it. And let's do the same thing as well here. So, no, for correct title, I can leave it like that. But I have wrong answer box with border color. Secondary for us was that red. Okay, we have something for the wrong answer box. It's so terrible. But here for the correct one, it's good, I guess. Something is very off. I'm not sure what. Yes, like that is probably better. Correct. And for the wrong answer box here, we will need wrong title styles. Color secondary. Where I have border width, I need to set border bottom with 0. I only need like on top and on the sides. Not even sure what I need on the sides, but I kind of need them. Should I increase it a bit not to see that one there? Is that the right way to do it? Okay. So okay, let me continue with this, because I can spend a lot of time on the styles, which are not the most important at the moment. I have something, it's working. Let's implement the actual logic on when to display these things. So when to display them. Let's keep it in state, whether it was answered correctly or not. So answered correctly and set answered correctly. This is going to be a use state, which can be a boolean, but actually it's not only boolean. It can be boolean or undefined, because if it's undefined, that means that he didn't answer yet. If it's true, it means that he answered correctly. If it's false, it means that he answered incorrectly. And here I don't need these if statements, and I can put all like these if statements from the answer correctly directly in the on submit. And if when it's false, I will do set answered correctly to false. And here I will do const is correct equal to this. Set answer correctly is correct. Now let's do it like this. We will display this box only if answered correctly is equal to true, and we will display this one only when this is equal to false, but specifically with false, because if I do like this, it's also gonna show it when we didn't answer yet. So we need to specifically check if it's false. So now I initialize it with false, but I should initialize it with undefined. Okay, we go ahead, we play, we select this one, submit, it's wrong. That I put left one and it pissed me off, like this. Okay, that's good. If I refresh the page and if I choose the correct one, error, submit, it's still wrong. It's still wrong. Oh, because yes. So if I select error, submit, it's correct, and I can continue. You didn't return, or yes, that's true. I didn't return here, so I need to return. Yeah. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Because without this, the error, you know what would be? The error would be that if I select all of them, it will still say, no, for example, if I'd have 19 here, and if I would select all of them, submit is gonna say correct. Because it checks it here, it sets to false, but then it checks if all our selected answers are in the correct answers, and yes, they are, even though they are more than that, and it will set to true. So that's why we need the return here. And I'm gonna go back to only one correct answer. Wrong, wrong, wrong. For this wrong, I'm gonna work a bit with the background color, because it's kind of greenish. But I want it to be kind of reddish. Background color. So I'm gonna do it like this. background error. So let's do background error here. And if I choose this one, yes, now it's better. It has this reddish background. Display the correct and wrong state. We are doing that. Now let's disable choices after submitting. So where is our choices? Choices here. Multiple choice answer. We will send where disabled, and it's gonna be disabled if our answer correctly is true or false. Basically, it's different than undefined. Let's go in the multiple choice question here. We have disabled. Or let's simply take extend pressable props. Let's get the other props and let's send them to the pressable. Now we can select. If I submit, it's wrong and I cannot press anymore because they are disabled. Okay, that's done. Easy. Now we need to move to the next question. When we press on this continue, we need to move to the next question. Moving to the next question. At the moment we are taking it from the quiz and we are simply taking the first one. However, we will have to store this question in state. Restart the game if he's stuck. What do you mean? So the question will be kept in state. Set question equal use state. Initially, we will initialize it with the first question from the quiz. When we press on the continue, or let's do it like this also, const question index, set question index. Initially it's gonna be use state 0. Let's use this question index to initialize it here. And when we press continue, what we want to do is we want to increment the question index. Index +1. But that alone will not give us anything, because yes, we initialize the index, but the question itself remains the same. So let's add a use effect. Every time our index changes, I'm gonna add the use effect here on top, use effect. Every time our question index changes, I want to set question with quiz at question index. So now if I select something, submit, and when I press continue, it's the next one. What else should happen when we move to the next question, or when we change a question index? We also want to disable this wrong state. So for that, I will do a set answered correctly to back to undefined, meaning that we don't know the answer yet. I press it's wrong, I press continue, and the delete state disappears. The next step is whatsoever like. I can press submit. Why was it so? because selected answers is also should be reset. So set selected answers back to an empty array. What else should we reset? Probably that's it. So let's try again. 0, wrong, continue, bad, wrong, continue. And now it says that an environment is not an object, evaluating question.question. Because we ran out of questions, we have only 2 of them here, and we increased the index with 1 and we moved here. So we need to check if question index, I love the Copilot, if question index is equal to the length of our quiz, should it be, no, it should be like this. If it's actually equal to the length, basically if we ran out of items, then oh my god. Quiz finished, you answered correctly, filter answer, correct answer length out of quiz length. Oh my god. But no, that's not what I want to do. I'm gonna navigate to result screen. But for now, let's simply do you answered correctly. Let's do it like this and return. So if I do submit, wrong, continue, the next one, good, bad. Should I also put the options on the bottom? I think that I should. And to do that, I'm gonna do this button container is the one with margin top auto. Yes. So I'm gonna move my choices here and I'm gonna rename it to my choices container. And in this case, the options will be on the bottom as well. And it's gonna be much easier to navigate with one thumb. So yes, submit, wrong, continue, quiz finished, you answered correctly. It doesn't matter because we are, the text doesn't matter because we hard coded it here. The next step, we will navigate. Yes, yes, yes. Word, don't use effect, use memo. Use memo. You see that in this situation, I need to do a lot more things when the question index changes. I first need to set the question, I then have to reset everything else. So that's why I'm using this use effect. But in our scenario, your solution would work, yeah, like with use memo, if I only had to set the question. I don't know, for this use case, like I think it makes sense to use this use effect because whenever the question index changes, we need to run some side effects. So does it work? Move to the next question. Yes, I think it works. We need the score mechanism. Oh. You can, if I add the logic that we have here in the on submit, as soon as I press submit, like the whole state will be reset. So if I press submit, we will not see the selected answer, we will not see the wrong and correct and so on. We could do that on continue to put all the logic there, but I think that, yeah, like in this case, for me at least, it makes a bit more sense. On continue, we simply increment the index, and every time the index increments, we reset the question, reset the correct answers, and so on. For me, it sounds a bit better, more logical. Good, correct, continue, quiz finished. Okay, also now, I think we don't need this const here. Rohit is asking, can a project like an online tic-tac-toe game make an impact on top MNC like Fang? What's MNC? I think that a project like an online TikTok game would be a very good addition to your portfolio if you're applying for a job at Fang. You're showing like a lot of skills there. And also like being online and managing all of this. Yeah, I think it's a very good project and can add some value there. But you know what adds even more value? Showing to when you're applying for these jobs, showing that you actually tried and started a startup. Even if it failed, even if it didn't go anywhere, but showing that you started something, you started a startup, you build it, you got it in the hands of a user, you tested it, it's gonna add so much value. I think this is the only reason I got a job at Amazon, just because I had a couple of startups behind my back, because these companies want to hire people that are eager to build, they take ownership, they think from the shoes of the end user. And there are some companies specifically hiring only people who like failed some startups in the past, or people who has started some startups in the past. So starting a project, starting a startup on the side is the best thing you could do, because it either succeeds and changes your life forever, or it doesn't succeed and you could use this experience to apply for a job, and companies are more likely to hire you because you started something and you took ownership and you are proactive about this. So yeah, go ahead and start one. And now is the perfect time to participate in the challenge and also potentially win some money for it. Vadim, are you working anywhere right now? I'm working here in this studio, not just development. I'm doing this full time. And I'm pretty happy about that. Not gonna lie. Okay. So what is our next step is to keep track of a score mechanism, right? So that's gonna be another state variable for number of correct answers. We're gonna start from 0. Where is it? Set selected. On choice press. No, on submit. This is false. This is correct. So if is correct, I also want to increase the number of correct answers. Not like this, but set number of correct answers. I'm gonna do it like this, n plus 1. And at the end, let's display them to see if we did them correctly. You answered correctly. number of correct answers out of quiz length questions. So let's check. Wrong. Good. You answered 1 out of 2. You answered correctly 1 out of 2 questions. That's right. And if I try again, if I select both of them correct, you answered 2 out of 2 questions. Perfect. So our scoring mechanism is done. All logic or just navigate to the next question? Rohit is saying, I'm going to follow your React Native project, but I'm a React Native beginner and will code with you. Should I follow your videos directly with basic React knowledge? Yes, of course. I'm trying to do all of the tutorials quite beginner friendly. I mean, it's very good also for people with some experience, but I'm explaining all the steps that I'm doing. So what you see here that I'm explaining, when I do a tutorial, it's even more in depth, and I explain like even more like step by step everything that we're doing. So you're gonna be fine, especially that you said you have React knowledge. Definitely. You could start with Tesla clone. That's the easiest project that we have. It's only 1.5 hours, I think. It's only one video and it gets you up and running with React Native like very, very fast. And by doing that, you're gonna have like a Tesla clone build. And after that, like we have a ton of other tutorials on the channel that you can follow. All right, guys. So what do we have at the moment? We are done with the score mechanism as well. Anything else? What? Anything else for this quizzes? I think we can put this in completed and move to the quiz end screen. What do you think? Gurvir, hello, how are you doing? Yukan is saying progress bar. Progress bar. Of how many questions we could do that. Do I have a task for that? Quiz progress bar. Let's try to work on that because I hope it's not going to take a lot of time. So this is going to be under the quiz. Let's start working on this progress bar. I would add it here under the header. So this is our scroll view. I'm gonna add it before the scroll view. Progress bar. Let's create a separate component for this because we have a lot of things going on here. We have a circular progress, and I'm gonna create a progress bar. Progress bar. Let's do progress bar.tsx. React Native functional export. Index.ts. And in the quiz screen, let's import this progress bar. And progress progress will be quiz dot length, not quiz dot length, but question index divided by quiz dot length. So let's go in the progress bar. Let's define the interface. It's gonna be a number. All right, so I'm gonna add the styles in line here. So colors dot light dot white, and I'm gonna add another view inside that's gonna represent I don't think I will have any text, so I'm gonna add a height of 10. For the view inside, it's gonna have a background color red. Let me just start to see it on the screen. Width of 50% and height of 100%. Yes, something like that. The width will depend on the progress that we receive, and the progress that we receive will be from 0 to 1. So for that reason, we're gonna have here is gonna be percentage. It's gonna be progress multiplied by 100 to get in percentages. The background color can be colors dot light dot primary, and maybe it's okay. So now we don't see anything. If I do a bit continue, it's halfway. Maybe I should do at least something. So maybe I can do a minimum from, not minimum, maximum from 10% or that progress. Not even 10, can be 5. Because when we are at the first question, I still want to see that progress bar for some reason. And border radius, border radius 10, but only on the left. Border top right 10 and bottom right, like this. Okay, and if I select one, continue, or maybe it should be on the bottom. No, I like it on the top. All right, I like this border thing. I'm not gonna add text like 3 out of 5. I think it's not necessary. So progress, quiz progress bar, complete. Your total score is correct answer divided by quiz length multiplied by 100. Yes, that's true. Hey Gorvir, how are you doing? Anis, hi. What software are you using for the tasks? This is Notion. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing very good. Enjoying every minute of it. I hope your channel grows more. Thank you very much. We just hit actually 50k subscribers on the channel. So thank you very much for everyone for your support. And yeah, we're just getting started. We have so many plans in future. We're gonna bring so many more tutorials, events, hackathons, challenges, and a lot more. So stay tuned because we are just getting started. If I can make a video regarding the resumes and which projects to include in the portfolio. Yes, I think that would be a great video. You should consider using Tailwind for styling. When I'm doing web development, I'm using Tailwind. In the context of React Native, I really like to style everything myself. I don't know why. Wishing you good luck. Thank you very much. So we completed the quiz. We completed the quiz progress bar. Let's work quickly on the quiz end screen because it's not a lot there. Yes, let's do that. So if we look in this part, yes, the end screen will simply display like some kind of an image, then like how many percentage and how many out of how many questions you got right, and then you can press continue. All right, so for that we will need to start by defining the boilerplate for the screen. But before that, let me actually commit everything. These are some good music. I hope they're copyright free. All right, so now let's go ahead in our screens. Let's do quiz and screen. Index.yes, export default. And let's add it in our navigation where we have our quiz. Let's copy it, add quiz and screen makes more sense. Quiz and screen. We need to add it to the root stack param list. Quiz and screen. What data should we pass there? We will pass there the number of questions, which is number, and we will also pass there number of correct answers, which is also number. And based on this, we will be able to calculate the score. But we need them to render this like 3 out of 3, or what do we have here? Okay, so in the let's get the route here, route, and we need to type this thing with this screen. Like this, root stack screen prop topic. In order to know what route we are on. So let me import this one from our types, and it's not going to be topic, it's going to be quiz and screen. Now here we know that we have const number of questions and number of correct answers. Thank you, Copilot. And we can display them here. No questions. No, it should be number of correct answers divided by, not divided by, over number of questions. And on top also some percentages. So we can divide them mathematically and then multiply by 100. And that's going to be percentages. Now, when we are on the quiz screen, where we have here navigate to the results screen, let's actually do that. So I don't have navigation here, but I can take it from navigation and root stack screen prop. Quiz. So navigation dot navigate to quiz and screen, and we need to send their number of questions, quiz length, and number of correct. Is it like this? No, it's like this. Number of correct answers is number of correct answers. All right, let's give it a try. Error, submit, continue. Good, submit, continue. We don't need to render this alert, so let's remove that. And we see there 100%, 2 out of 2. Perfect. Now it's time to style them a bit. Sir, when you start streaming, any fixed time? Yes, we have a very fixed schedule. We are streaming every Friday at the same time, which in your local time is 3 hours before now. So now we are 3 hours into the streaming, subtract 3 hours, and that's exactly the time when we go every Friday live. You can put it even in your calendar, and you're not gonna miss any live streams. At my place, this time is 3 p.m. and I'm in GMT +1 time zone. I hate time zones. GMT +1, I think, because now GMT time at my place is 6, but it differs. Oh, it's different between summertime and, oh my god, GMT +1. Yes. Vadim, can you share the roadmap in read-only mode so we can follow along? What do you mean about that? I'm really curious. The roadmap that I'm doing here in the application. Yes, the roadmap in the application with tasks and sprints. Oh, you mean this one, right? This roadmap. That would be very easy to do. So I can share on the web. I can yes, I can copy the link and I can give it here. Check it out if you can access it. Hopefully you'll not be able to edit it. That's a very good suggestion, yes. Is data structures necessary for Amazon-like companies? Yes, during the interviewing process, when I did the interviewing processes at Amazon, it was very heavily based on data structures, especially the technical questions, assignments. So yeah, you need some data structures. It wasn't very advanced things. It was still doable, but yeah. So let's go ahead and style this page. I'm already tired, but we can do it. We can do it. We need to prepare the whole front end because next week we are implementing the backend of this. So we need to be ready for the backend. All right. So what do I have here? We have an image in the middle, and I actually prepared a couple of images. Let me put them in images here. I want this application to have, yes, let me introduce like the next images that I'm gonna use, because this might be the kind of a common thing for the application that we are building. So I want this application to have like a mascot, to have like a kind of character that will follow along, it will give you tips. It's gonna be like your virtual friend there. So I was thinking, what is the most common mascot or the most common thing that developers have related to developers? So for example, Duolingo have their owl, right? Windows XP or Windows, I don't know what, if you remember, had that, how is it called? Let me check. Windows clip with eyes. How is it? Clip with eyes. Yes, this one. You remember this one? It was always there, helping you, giving you tips. So I also want some kind of mascot for the application. And I said, like, okay, what's one thing the developers love? It's a rubber duck, right? So yes, when we have bugs, we usually tell the bug to a rubber duck, and the bug magically solves by itself. So for that reason, we're gonna use a mascot of a rubber duck in our application. I tried to draw it today. Let me actually share it with you. I don't know why I thought that I'm gonna be able to draw it. Let me. It's so funny. All right, are you ready? The mascot, the drawing, the face of my application. How do you think about it? It's perfect, right? Okay, so I soon realized that I might be good at coding, but I'm terrible at drawing. So I found on the internet some illustrations. Let me find them. Where are they? They might be copyrighted, so I'm gonna double check that, and if they are, I'm gonna draw them based on this idea. But here they are. This is the one, rubber duck, when you're gonna get a good grade, like the correct answers, and this one in the other case. So we might come up with better illustrations for this, but for the purpose of seeing how it looks, it's good. So let's go ahead and render this image, imported from React Native. Guys, I see some comments, I'm gonna answer you, but I really want to see this rubber duck on the screen. So for the source, let's calculate this percentage. And if the percentage is what, more than, how many should you answer to get the happy duck? More than 50%, 60%, 70%? Let's do 70%. If percentage is more than 70, then the source will be, let's import sad duck from assets, images, and set.png. And let's import the happy duck. Happy. So if it's more than that, then I want to display the happy duck. Otherwise, I want to display the sad duck. Let's give some styles as well. Style sheet. Cost styles. So let's start with a container. Container is here. Image, style.image. Let's do a title style and a subtitle style. And also custom button with the text continue. Here I'm gonna do style dot title. Here I'm gonna do styles dot subtitle. Let me see how much of the styling that I want to build here I can do without looking at the styles, just out of memory. So for the container, it should be flex 1. I want to display it full screen. I want to display everything in the center. Justify content. It might be align items. I never remember them. I always do them. I try one, and if it's not this one, it's the other one. Background color, I want to be colors.light.white. Then I want to also make sure to add some padding 10. And for the container, I think that's it. The image will have a width of, I don't know, 50% of the screen and an aspect ratio of 1. What's the aspect ratio here? No, it's not 1. It's might be 2 or 1/2. I don't know. Here is where I can be wrong. The image I also will give resize mode contain, because I want to display the whole image. Okay, I think that's good. For the title, font size 30, font weight bold, and the title will be the percentages. Yes, and for the subtitle, font size, I think this one will be 30 and this one will be even more, like 40 or even 50. And this one, font weight 500, maybe. The title will have some margin vertical, probably even more. And then we have a custom button. I want the custom button to be displayed on the bottom of the screen. I could put it inside a view, or I could do margin bottom auto for the subtitle, and this will hopefully push the button till the end. Let's give it a try. I'm not sure. So error, correct, continue. What's the overlay? Good. Correct, continue. All right. It doesn't justify content, it's align items. Perfect. With 100%. Why the custom button is not full screen? Background color. Oh, I have background color there. Maybe 50% is a lot, 30 for the image itself. Yes, like I could optimize it and add it into a use memo here. Definitely, that's possible. Wait a second, what's going on? Styles, image, container. I'm a bit confused, but that's okay. Yeah, let's see some comments. What did you do at Amazon? What did I do at Amazon? Yeah, it's interesting to answer that question without getting into trouble. But I was basically in the let me remember the name, home improvements team. And our team was responsible for the home category on Amazon. During my work there, I was working on a project. I designed, architected it myself, and I implemented it. And it's like a tool that is used internally by Amazon. Yes, data structure, big O, basic algorithms, design patterns are necessary in 90% of the interviews. Yes, I would agree with that, especially if you are applying for big companies like Amazon and other FANG companies. If you're applying for other FANG companies, like these things are required like 100% of the time. If you're applying for other jobs at like smaller companies, startups, they might be more practical and looking at what you can build rather than like what algorithm do you need. Because if you're applying, I don't know, let's say for a front-end developer, like why do you need to know like Dijkstra algorithm or something like that? It's been a while watching your live feed. Your content is awesome. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Kutina. I could use the rubber duck, like the emoji. Yeah, I could. I think that's a very good idea, to be honest. Let me check how it will. But no, I wanted to have some emotions. And even though I look now at the one that I render, it doesn't have any emotions at all. But it's just a placeholder for now, like later on. Hopefully I will ask very nicely Alex, my girlfriend, to draw them. A duck with human lips. Honestly, it could be used as a mascot. Yeah. Align items is horizontally and justify content is vertically. Yeah, but if you change the flex direction, then they switch. So it's not actually horizontal and vertical. It's one of them is on the main axis and the other one is on the secondary axis, which makes it confusing. If you calculated the score, why you're recalculating it in the next text? Oh, yeah. You're right. Percentages, I could replace it here. That's true. Yeah, what's up with my styling? Why aligning them in the center messes up everything? Why my image is not actually with aspect ratio of 2, maybe 1/2. Yes, it's 1/2. All right, and okay, and for the button, I'll put it actually in a container, in a view with a styles button container, and this button container will shrink align self stretch to take the whole space on the screen. So where is that red? I don't need it anymore. Yeah, like this, it's good and it's cute. 50%, 1/2. It's something, I don't know. It definitely can be improved. Will I do it now? I'm not sure. What's that? Yes, that's better. I could do it even more. And also to not have it, to have it like a dark grayish. Oh no, not like that. Will be 6. Come on. Or should I do it with red colors dot light dot for example, primary if it's green, and secondary if it's, yes, that looks good. So I'm gonna take out the color from here, and I'm gonna make it here based on the, let me also do it const is happy is happy because I'm gonna need it in another place as well, so I'd rather calculate it on top. And here if it's happy, no, I'm gonna do a style with color, and if it's happy I'm gonna do colors dot light dot primary, and otherwise colors dot light dot secondary. Okay, now it's like this, and if I get them right, good. 100%, yay! I think a motivating text will do great. I should think about that. But yeah, you're right. But where should it be? On top here. Happy text. Yay. And I'm gonna add some emojis because you can do it better. That's not a very motivational text, but it's something. So const text equal is happy text set text. Can put it here. And for the style, font size 20. I'm thinking if it will fit subtitle. Okay, text title. And I can actually do more of them and randomize it. Let's add it here as an improvement. Add more motivational texts in the quiz and screen. It's a priority 5, not very important, but would be nice to have. Quiz. And we are okay. Vladislav, hello, how are you doing? Let me check what's up with this image by doing red. 1/2 is too much. I'm gonna get my calculator. 284 divided by 195. The ratio should be around 1.5. 1.5. Ratio should be 1.5. Help me. It's 3 over 2. Not, it's 2 over 3, right? 2 over 3. Three over 2? No, it was 2 over 3. 2/3, yep. You can add suggestions based on the wrong answers. Suggestions. Regarding the wrong answers, I have here a task that says like, if answer was incorrect, provide explanation of why. Basically, when you choose that like incorrect answer, I would like to say like, okay, this is why it's incorrect. Like this is why. Yes, Larry, that's true. 2 over 3 is 0.66, but it's reversed, like how aspect ratio here. It's a bit weird. Because if I do background color red, you can see now the aspect ratio is good, but if I do 3 over 2, it's the other way around. You know what? That's perfect. And I can implement this on press for the custom button. On press. And on press, what should happen? Const on press. We will take the navigation and we will navigate where? We will probably navigate home, right? To the topic screen. No, to the root probably. So let's delete this initial route name. So let's go variables, then start quiz. Okay, what is the output of the following code? Error, submit, correct, continue. What's the weather like? Good, submit, continue. Quiz and screen. Do I want a header here? I don't think I want a header here because, yeah, I don't want a header here. So in the quiz and screen, I'm gonna do screen options, header shown, false. Let's go again. Start quiz. Error. Continue. Good. Continue. Yay, you're a great learner, 100%. Continue, and we are back here. Perfect. All right. You need to add topic param in the question object so when a user got those answers wrong, you can suggest to him to go back and relearn those topics. Yeah, that's a very good idea. At the same time, the user can know his weak points. Let's add it as a task here. Link questions to topics and give suggestions based on wrong answers. So let's do it like this. If a user makes mistakes during the quiz that are real, suggest him the topics and resources that he should review. Okay, that's a very good one. Not sure if we're gonna implement it now or in the MVP, but as an improvement, this is perfect. Not started, and this is part of a quiz. One other thing that I wanted to do is to animate a little bit this box that is appearing here. And I'm gonna do that most probably either with multi or with reanimated layout animations. There is these layout animations which are very easy to use. Animated component, choose an element which entering you want to animate. Animation name. Yes, let's try to do that. And if I'm not mistaken, this template that I use for the expo should come with reanimated. No, it doesn't. But we can install it. Oh, whoa, reset. So let's install it. Expo install React Native Reanimated. At the same okay. Hey Vadim, what is that app you mark? You're using to mark your roadmap? That's actually Notion. Expo Reanimated. I need this plugin here. And we need to restart the application. Reset. No, it's clear. Okay, let's go in our... Should have committed everything, but okay. Quiz screen. Let's import the animation name called not fade, not bounce, but maybe bounce. No, not bounce. Not flip. Slide, yes, slide in from the down. Slide in, down. Slide in, down. Now we need to get an animated view. So we will replace this view with an animated dot view, and for the entering I will give it that animation sliding down. Animated view cannot be used as a JSX. Its instance type view is not a valid JSX type. Return render. I think I already had that issue, and this is for our correct answer, right? Let's check it. I think I need to rerun it. Oh, it's building. So let's see. Start quiz. Error. Submit. Correct. Continue. Should I do for the exiting as well? Was it working? It came up. Coming up, it's good, but animate, exiting, sliding down. What's up with my screen? It's not working properly. Wait a second. Something is wrong. I don't see the top of the questions. Is it because of this animated view? My content for some reason is going behind the header. But why? React navigation, content behind header. check the style sheet. I don't think it's the style sheet. No, the thing is that here it works, right? And I have more screens, topic screen. The solution actually was not with min height, but flex grow 1. Of a main view container. Can it be of a safe area provider? No. Navigation. Source navigation. And we have our stack navigator. Or which one? No, navigation here. Navigation container. And yes, and it was added after I added reanimated, so it might be causing because of reanimated. Yes. Enable layout animation, but I need enable layout. I need layout animation. No, it's because of reanimated. Let's see. Let me actually go ahead in the quiz screen, go back to this. Removing which you can use in a screen component. I can confirm that setting the entering as exiting layout animation solve the issue. All right. That's interesting. What should we do now? Should we use, someone said that using the stack works. Or let's try to use this workaround. But that's very weird. Will I have to use it in any screen, in every screen? Let's try this one. Use, how is it called? .tsx. Where is this coming from? Use header height. It's from elements. "20 friends of mine subscribe to you, Vadim." Thank you very much. Thank you for spreading the word. Use div clamp. Why I got into this trouble? Use header height, not from where, but from React elements. And let's go into the screens, topic screen. Use Android. We can check it based on the OS system. React Native Get OS platform. Okay, it works. The workaround works. And let's add it also in the quiz. Topic screen, use apply header workaround. Let's apply it also in the quiz. Okay, error. It comes up pretty nicely, but it goes exiting. It should be slide out maybe. Slide. Sliding down, sliding up. Oh, the other one should be sliding up, I think. Yes, and slide in, up. If I do for entering, sliding up, and nothing for exiting. I get it wrong. What? When they press on sliding up, it comes from the bottom to up. That's weird. Light speed, what's this? Okay, what was the modifier for the animation? Duration. How to pass in modifiers. Oh, dot duration. Dot duration. I need to set it to something very like this in order just to see if it's working how I expected. Error. Yes. And if I press continue, it disappears. During unmounting of components from hierarchy of views, it just disappears in the next frame. However, you can beautify this process using exiting animation. Ready-made to make it pretty animation. React reanimated exiting animation not working. Oh, let me try it on an actual device. It might work better. Come on. Another thing that I need to fix, because right now I don't want to support dark mode. Actually, let me add here like a feature that dark mode, but it's gonna come probably very, very late and probably not now. But what I have to do, I have to, like on my phone, the bars are displayed with black because I have default dark mode. And in navigation, no, let's do it in app.js. Here I'm setting color scheme. No, navigation, color scheme. Let me do it like this. In app.js color scheme, let's do light. And just comment it out because later we might need it, but now we don't. Okay. There are some problems, but start quiz, error, submit, correct, continue. Yeah, like entering animation works perfectly fine. Exiting animation, no. I don't know what's the problem, but I think I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on this. Let me just see if there is a very easy fix. If not, I'm just gonna give up on the exiting animation and I'm gonna keep only the entering one. And exiting. In my case, it's not even lagging. It also might be because of absolute position. You know what? Yes, I'm more than okay with having just entering animations. In the quiz screen here, I can do of 1 second. I don't need exiting, so if I do error, correct, good. Yes, that's good now. On iOS, I think it's very, very close to... Let me check something. Reload. I see a bug on iOS because in navigation in the bottom tab navigator, oh, it's taking it from a color scheme. Yes, now it's working as I expect. And yeah. Since when you click on the answer, the animated layout is changed, the next question gets mapped. That's why the exiting doesn't work, because it doesn't have a time to be reanimated. I don't think that's the case. Because I'm not moving to a different screen, it's actually the same screen. And but actually I don't think I need it, you know? It's not a bug, it's a feature. Move directly to the next one. Yeah, that's good. So let's look here. Quiz and screen. We have completed it. Quiz progress bar. Yes. Random resource link types. Topic screen progress. XP system. Add more modification. Yes, I think that we have finished the quiz system and logic completely. What I also have to do today is this profile screen, but I really don't know what we will need on the profile screen. So I'm gonna simply add this image with a happy duck in the profile screen, and we're gonna have like the logout button on the bottom, because I don't want to give like to request a lot of data from the user, like images and so on, as I don't see it important from the for this application. Why would you need why at this moment, why would you need a picture here? Maybe later on, if we add some kind of community like leaderboard and so on, maybe you will need it. Now I will keep it simple. Style shit dot create, and let's import the happy duck. Come on, where are you? I'm gonna do the same here for the image. not from here, from our constants. Is it working this way? Because I don't think it is. And I don't know why. Oh, because it's a local image. Colors.light.background. What's up with this? What unexpected token? Come on, border radius. All right, that's good. Below it, we're gonna do text, because you're gonna have like a name or a username of some kind. So let's say Vadim Savin. Let's import the text style styles.name. And increase a bit the font weight. Okay, that's good. Now, yeah, like at the bottom, I will add the custom button with the text sign out. I know that this is one thing that I will need, sign out. So let me add it into a view with style, margin top, auto. Or let's do it like this: styles dot button container. margin top auto, align self, stretch. Daniel. So, okay, sign out is here. But you know what I want to do is to add some types to the button, because for the sign out, I just want it to be as a simple kind of a text. So I'm gonna add here a type, which will be primary, secondary or tertiary, and if container pressable. Look what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna replace const button style is gonna be equal to I'm gonna add it like this: container underscore and the name of, for example, tertiary. Then I'm gonna have container underscore primary. And for example, in the primary, I want the background color to be this one. I'm gonna move everything related to the primary here. Padding is there, everything else is there. However, in the tertiary, I don't want anything, because I just want it to be as a link. But let me do the secondary as well now. Maybe we'll need it later. So secondary. For the secondary, I want just the border to be colored. So border width is 2 and border color is primary. Like this. Now let's do for the text as well. So text underscore tertiary. I want the color to be this primary thing. So the button style will be styles type, and here is gonna be of this type. I don't care about this one right now, but let's do about TypeScript errors. I'm too tired for that. So button style will be, but not button, container underscore something. And here we will have text underscore something. Const. And we don't have for all of them. So let's add primary, and let's also add text underscore secondary. And for the text here, we're gonna have two of them. Text style. Now in profile, it doesn't work. Let's do console log text style. Oh, but did we send there something? Because type can be optional, and if we don't send anything, it's gonna be primary. Yes, and in the profile screen, we need to send here type equal tertiary. Yes, perfect. And if I would do secondary, come on, give me suggestions. Secondary. Then it's gonna be like this, and for the secondary I need also to make the text of this color. Yes, perfect, perfect. And in this case I need tertiary. Sign out. Okay, profile is also done. I'm good with that. It looks okay. It has what it needs to have now. And with that, what do we have here? Profile screen completed, and we are done. And we are done with all the front end that we wanted to do right now. Okay, so that was intense. We managed to do a lot of things today, and we are ready for the next week, where we will implement the backend. So right now, if you have any questions, drop them down in the live chat. We can take a couple of them, and if not, we can get started with the weekend. And I'm gonna wait you also here next Friday at the same time, 3 p.m. GMT +1, where we will continue building our startup and we will start working on the backend. That is the exciting part. We're gonna do the authentication, we're gonna do the database, and then we're gonna do the storage as well for the images and anything else that we need there. So make sure to join next Friday. You can set a calendar reminder not to miss it if you want to follow along during the live stream. And also on Thursday, we are going to release a video update from the marketing and business side of this project. And so I think that we're gonna do there something interesting. We're gonna do, I'm not gonna spoil it. Size of my app is huge, some techniques to reduce it. I don't know techniques to reduce it, to be honest. All right. Okay, guys. So I'm very tired right now. We are live for over 4.5 hours. Haven't been to the toilet in 4.5 hours. I'm standing on my feet, but we managed to build everything that we wanted to do. So thank you very much for joining the live stream. Thank you very much for following along and from being part of the Notjust development family. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and let me know down below in the comments, what are you working on for the Notjust Startup Challenge? What project are you building and what challenges do you have at the moment? I'm gonna look through the comments and I'm gonna try to help as many people as possible with everything that I can. And yeah, take care, stay hydrated, and build awesome startups.